What's up, guys? Good morning. Good morning, good morning. I'm just going to pin a comment here quick. All right, so we got CPI. CPI in just a few minutes. Oh, let me do something quickly. Okay. All right, so we got CPI in a few minutes. So many different things can happen here, guys, but ultimately, I really do want these data highs and these equal highs. Yo, what's up? Good morning, Jose. How are you, bro? Oh, it's so time for that coffee, man. Ugh. It was a hard one to wake up for. I have to wake up at like 5 to set up. And I just couldn't get out of bed today. It was so hard. I wanted to sleep. But yeah, guys, we are... Ooh, okay, so there's the print. Let's see where this takes us to. Okay, so the first set of buy side was hit. Would not be surprised to see data highs and equal highs, like I said. Hopefully, I'm hoping that we leave them. So we just took out this buy side here. I'm hoping that somehow miraculously we leave these equal highs and data highs. We go all the way down to the London low and the daily low here, maybe into this daily fair value gap, and then get our long setups up to data highs. I'm praying somehow that's gonna happen. Doesn't look likely at this point because of what we're seeing here, but nonetheless, we'll see what we get. Decent for stocks, obviously, but yeah, that is a crazy move. So you guys can see also we're trading into this hourly fair value gap where we can get a possible rejection. Yeah, so that was a CPI candle right there. Also, guys, if you're looking to pass any prop firms or anything of that sort, today's actually a good day to buy a bunch of accounts, and then you can just, but you buy on a few of them you buy, and a few of them you sell, and you keep your limit at where your max profit will be on the day. If you need like $3,000 with one NQ, you take it to 3,000, and then vice versa. You can short the market at the same time in a few other accounts, and then you can pass your accounts really easily doing that. I've never done that personally, but I don't know why I haven't. It's actually such a good idea. A lot of people have talked about it on X. It's just like so simple, you know? You just click the button and you can just pass one immediately. So I think for the next CPI, I'll do that live. I'll just buy a bunch of accounts. I'll try and get some when there's a Apex sale. And then I'll show you guys live how to pass a prop firm account. Again, hopefully I can do it because, like I said, I've never done this before. But if there is an opportunity that's good and there's CPI and there's like an 80 or 90% discount, then I will. By the way, can you guys hear me? I always forget to bring my mic into the chat. But you should be able to hear me now. Okay, so what we're going to look for, guys, this hourly fair value gap, I'm potentially wanting to see some kind of a retracement down. But again, guys, I don't know if we're even going to get it. I think this is just going to go all the way up to the equal highs here. Again, small chance that we reject from these hourly and 4-hour fair value gaps, maybe this new week opening gap before going lower, but we'll have to see. Wild that we missed the London low and the daily low. I'm pretty surprised by that. Bitcoin is pushing off that news. How's Tesla doing off of that news? I don't know what the CPI print came out as. Okay, it's up to 410. Wow. Disney, one of my swing trades. Let's see how that's doing. Yeah, guys, so obviously there's no trade here. You don't see anything coming out of this. So if we just have to watch it go to the equal highs and buy side liquidity, I mean, it is what it is. I know you guys know I was calling this for a long time. We also have a ton of low resistance liquidity above right here. We have another set of equal highs here. We have more buy side liquidity up here. Man, this is the thing I don't like about CPI, guys, is that you just have to let the market sit. We do have the data low down here, obviously. Let me see if any equal lows formed anywhere on the charts overnight. I doubt it. So you guys can see we traded into this 5-minute FVG. I was asleep when this was going on. But we traded nicely into this 5-minute, and then if you go down into the 1, they are making this market is real tough, guys. Like you can see here this 1-minute IFEG worked to the upside, but then they stopped traders out and then they moved it higher and then they continued to do that. We had another one right here, so you could have re-entered if you were trading the Asia session. Whoops. So we swept this liquidity, right? And then we had an immediate IFEG rebalance right here. And if you did that, technically you could have held it all the way up to the equal highs that were here, and then you could have held it all the way up for the CPI print. So basically what we need to see here, guys, if this hourly fair value gap gets inverse to the upside, again, we're going to be targeting these equal highs, the data highs, and then this buy side liquidity should be next. And probably all of this, I'm not going to lie, I'm guessing this momentum will continue. And we could look for targets here all throughout the New York session. So this is going to be my objective for the New York session today. And yeah, so we will basically be patient and see what we get. Again, I'm not going to be taking anything unless an A+ setup forms. I'd like to see, if possible, a trade back into any of these fair value gaps and then go long. Like maybe we come close, we trade back into this buy side liquidity, these levels right here, and then we go up to the equal highs. But again, guys, these will be all of my targets for today. All right, give me 1 second. My coffee looks like it's ready, so I will be right back with that. Hold on. Okay. right. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can find out what the CPI print came out as. Let's ask Grok. Grok says he doesn't know. Come on, Grok. CPI. Core CPI 3.2 versus 3.3 expected. All right, guys, here's the long that's probably going to go all the way up to the equal highs. Hopefully we get some kind of a retrace here down to here and then get the long setup. Wow, thank God for coffee, huh? Nothing better than a sip of coffee in the morning. Oh, it's the best. And for a long time, I got put off of coffee. I was told that there was like all this, you get all this cortisol and stress hormones and all that stuff, but I love it. I really do. How is TLT reacting on this news? Let's see what TLT is doing. TLT is pumping? Interesting. Okay, so hopefully we get some kind of a drop down to what did that say? All right, so hopefully we get a drop down to sell side here. I'll TP it down at this low. Wow, $2,300 for one NQ. All right, there's no way we're doing that. Okay, guys, I'm going to sell one contract here. Stop loss is going to be up here. And then we're going to target the lows. Maybe a little bit lower. I'll probably target the body of this candle or maybe a little bit higher. This will be like a 1-to-1 scalp. Again, this is a very risky trade, guys. Do not do this if you are not prepared for scalping. If you want an A+ setup, I'll alert you guys when that is. This is not one. And then if this low gets swept again, guys, I will move my stop to break even. We'll see if it does. Again, guys, this is on an eval account. This is not on a cash account right now. My cash account is going to come later only if we get to this level before we hit these equal highs. All right, so if this low gets swept here, I'm moving my stop to break even on this trade. Oh, we did not sweep the low. So I'm just holding my mouse here. I haven't clicked any buttons yet, but I would like to see this low get swept, and then I will move the stop to break even. All right, my stop is at break even there. I don't know if it swept, but it came close. And there was a stop out for break even. So again, guys, this is how you scalp. If anyone tells you differently, they're probably not really scalpers, but the reality of scalping is that you have to move your stops to break even very quickly. So what I really want to see here, guys, again, if we get it, I'm not saying that this is how the market is going to run, but I only will take a setup on my funded and eval accounts. Yes, sir, I'm live today. Okay, you got to check the Discord, guys. Look in the Discord. Every single morning I post in the economic calendar. Not every single morning, but during the week I post in the economic calendar on the days that I'm going to be trading. Right? Tuesday, 8:30 red folder news. Wednesday, best day to trade. Make sure to tune into the live stream this morning. It should be a great day. And you guys can see here that on a Wednesday we have CPI at 8:30. So make sure you guys are paying attention to that. Oh. Oh no, yeah. Okay, sorry. I thought you said didn't know you. Okay, no, you're right. Morning, didn't know you were live. Yeah, just make sure you guys check the Discord. Sorry, I thought I misread that. But you guys can see we're close to this buy side here, or this is the data high. Sorry, this is where I'm ultimately looking to get to, and the equal highs. But so far there's no setup. I'm hoping that they hold this here, and that they dump it first, take us to the low, and then we take it out. I mean, it'll probably just go. I'm not sure, but we'll see what happens. And are we going to sweep the data high yet, or are they going to dump us first? So there is a small possibility, guys, that we leave this high right here, and then they dump it all the way down to sell side, and then we get it later. That's what I'm really hoping for. Okay, it looks like we are potentially getting this consolidation, but they could easily just rip this up, obviously. Okay, so there it is. Equal highs and data highs just got hit. No rejection. So unfortunately, there is no setup here anywhere. There's no way you guys could have taken anything really. There's not really even any short opportunities here either. But it is what it is, right? But now basically what we're going to be looking for, guys, is that if this hourly fair value gap is able to close above, my first target is going to be the buy side liquidity up here. And then I believe all this low resistance liquidity is going to get swept as well. You can see it here, right? All this trend line liquidity. I know I'm not drawing it right because I have the magnet tool on, but give or take this general area of all this low resistance liquidity. Come on, man. All right, there we go. All this LRLR that you can see here looks to be what's going to be targeted. And then maybe we get a strong buy side today and we go all the way up to buy side liquidity and the equal highs that are up here. And then from there, it's no man's land, guys. This is another hourly that we'll probably aim for at some point. And then from there, I mean, if we get this inverse, guys, we're going to go all the way up here. We have all these equal highs on NQ, so we will see what we get. And hopefully we get a setup now up to buy side. But so far, there is absolutely nothing, guys. And if I wanted to look for a short here, I would want to see something like this. I'd want to see this high get swept. If I'm looking for a retracement, right? I would want to see market come down, sweep this high, form an inverse here, and drive us down lower. And then from here, maybe look for another long. Because right here, there's no fair value gaps in this leg, right? You can see here all these wicks that are forming. There's no obvious fair value gaps. So yeah. Okay, I got more accurate CPI information from Charlie Balelo. If you guys don't know, this guy is excellent to follow on X if you don't follow him. Lots of really good data. He has a newsletter too he posts every week that if you guys want to learn about the economy and stuff, this is excellent. Overall, US CPI moved up to 2.89 in December, the highest rate since last July. Core came up for the 44th consecutive month above 3%. Interesting. So core CPI declined or came in below expectations. Month over month came in line. Year over year came in line. All right, so I'm guessing now that this low is coming. Again, there's no inverse fair value gap in here, so I can't take any shorts. But yeah. Would love to see this low get swept so that we balance the 5-minute. And then we get some kind of a setup within here. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen. So if this woman inverses to the downside, again, this is not a trade, it's not a plus. But in theory, this should be used as support to go higher. So if we close below this, you can move your stop to break even at this low and then target this low. In theory, again, it's not a trade for me, but I still like to, study market structure and see what happens. Right, because this is a fair value gap, and if it closes below, it makes it an inverse, and then we should go down to this low and then down to this low to rebalance the 5. Okay, so here is the low, the fair value gap. Ugh, guys, every day I get these. I need to figure out how to get rid of all these notifications. Does anyone know how to get rid of banners on your... Okay, so there's the low. I'm expecting this low potentially now. That this is closed below. But yeah, guys, unfortunately, there's no setup here today. The only thing you guys could have done is bought some prop firm accounts, some evals, and longed some and short some, and then taken like this. You would have gotten a clean delivery all the way up to buy side, obviously. So. What do you guys think? Should we 1-for-1 scalp this down to lows? Yeah. Okay, so that's something that a lot of people have been doing. And again, I've told people I haven't done that personally, but it's actually not a bad idea. If you want to get some funded accounts. And then once you guys get your funded accounts, you can take it seriously. But wait till there's a discount. And if you guys are in the Discord, I'm going to try and speak with Apex and see if I can get an affiliate code. I think there's a way to do that. And then you guys can use my affiliate code to get a discount. But if not, there's so many traders on X that have like discount codes where you can get 80% or 90% off. Let me see what I can do here. Whoops. Oh, sorry guys. Am I moving the screen around? Why is this so... Ugh. Can you guys see my screen okay? Sorry if I was trying to move something, but I accidentally moved the screen for you guys. So I'm going to try something here for fun. If I get the sell limit, I'm going to try it for fun down to the 5-minute FVG. I'm just going to fill it here, actually. Why not? Yo, can you guys see my screen? Let me know if you can see it. I move stuff around. I just want to make sure that the stream is back to like stable. You guys can see my trading thing here, and then you can see the screen itself. So again, guys, absolutely no setups here. This is on a paper account. I didn't even take this on an eval. So this is literally just for fun to see if the 5-minute hits before the internal buy side hits. We'll move it up to this candle's high just in case it's trying to stop out people. If there is something that I'm taking on a cash account and a funded, I will tell you guys. But right now there is 0 PA that is worth that at all. Nothing in here is a setup, guys. Nothing. I told you guys about this bullish fair value gap that should be respected if we're going to go higher. We close below or closing back above it now. We could easily deliver back up to this internal high, which is what I would like to see. And then maybe an inverse from there to go down. And then trade into this and then get a bullish move from here up to this buy side up here. Let's see what ES is doing real quick. Okay, so ES had a nice pump too. ES, ooh, wow. ES is way stronger than NQ right now. Look at this, guys, on the hourly. So this is the hourly buy side for NQ, which we have not hit. And ES is already far past it, right? This is the high that formed on the 10th at 6. Let me make sure it's the same high. Yeah, the 10th at 6. So ES is a lot stronger than NQ. Just something to note, a lot of this buy side has already been swept, and we're almost, well, we haven't quite traded, but we're almost trading into the new week opening gap. So just pay attention to that. But we will see if we get the rejection here down to the 5-minute. And then hopefully a long setup from that point. So pay attention to this low. I'm hoping that we get that sweep first and then maybe down. Easily, guys, this could get stopped out. Again, this is a paper trade. This is not anything I will take on cash or eval. I will tell you guys if I take that, but this is not the time. Just be patient. This is not a setup at all. Nothing here is a setup. This is all purely speculation. Purely speculation. If this low gets swept, I'll move my stop to break even. I'm fully expecting this to get retraced all the way back up. But again, if it doesn't and we sweep all the way down to sell side first, that'd be great. Be happy. This from here would be a much better spot to take setups. Just a heads up. So if this low gets swept, guys, I will move my stop to break even on this paper trade. Because if we are bullish, we'll just sweep the liquidity and go higher. Or if this low gets swept. Again, guys, there is no setup here, no IFEGs, nothing. Wow, there's already, are there 9 people in here? I think that's a record for this time of day. 6 o'clock in the morning. Yo, if you're not a bot and you're in this chat, type 1. If you are a human being and you're not a robot, type 1. Jose, yay, okay. Fair enough, I'll take that as human. Not a robot, too. Okay, that's 2 humans in here. I know K is a human because I've actually seen his face in person. Not in person, but on the computer. Unless he's an AI chatbot that I don't know about. All right, stop to break even there at that low. This internal low. And just it's probably going to get stopped to break even, guys. But if not, I'll get lucky and get a 555 win. Free trade house money. Paper trade. Paper Lambo being purchased today, guys. Okay, so there's... Okay, now 2 people dropped out. So that means... All right, let's see if this ends up being the low, guys. I'm going to move my stop to this candle's high right here, or I'll just maybe a slightly above. Should get the 5-minute rebalance here. Just book the 315 if we get it. Perfect rebalance to the 5, guys. Okay, very nice. And let's see if we get it. All right, so close, but no cigar. Wow, so now there's 6. So only 2 people in here are human beings. That means maybe there's AI bots that are studying my trading system, and they're using it to create a new algorithm for the markets. That's what I'm thinking, guys. Okay, so you guys see what happened there? And now there was no setup, but the 5-minute was very likely to rebalance before going higher. Now from here, maybe we get a setup this morning. I don't know. Did we form equal highs here? No, we didn't. So I'm going to get rid of this buy side liquidity, and I will label this as the new high. So hopefully what happens, guys, is we come down and retest this level, these levels right here. They are previous buy side. If you look to the right of the chart, came from this high and these 2 highs here. And yeah, from there, hopefully we get some kind of a long setup to continue upwards. Yes, also rebalancing, or close to rebalancing. It's 5, not quite yet. But I believe, guys, this is the start of like a little mini intraday sell program. Maybe we can come up and test this high first. So maybe we can do something like this to come back down. Ultimately, I want to see the market hit these areas right here before going higher. Michael Chepkwongwoni. I like that last name. Very cool. Where's that from? Also, Michael, I think you're pretty delayed. You might not be listening to this live, because I asked that question like maybe 4 minutes ago. So make sure on the left side of the screen that you guys are on live. I think it's in the bottom left corner of YouTube. There should be like a live button, unless, I don't know, maybe you just decided to answer late. Tesla moving a little bit higher off of this news. How's the rest of the market? How's AMD doing off of that? Do I have AMD in my list here? No, let me check. AMD is another one that we are. Ooh, AMD with okay, not a huge push, but a pretty big push. Javier says I'm in 1ES at 75. 1ES what? Long, short? Guys, by the way, if I'm telling you guys that we're in a potential sell program, don't just short the market because I say that. Okay, make sure you guys have a setup. Yeah, be super careful about shorting, guys, because we do have a monthly high up here on QQQ that is definitely a draw. I'm just speculating that we will go down and test these levels first. But be smart, guys. Don't just take, I don't know what your model is, but there's absolutely no short here. It's just all speculation based on just based on screen time and past experience. Are you trying to, Javier, are you trying to rebalance the 5 on ES? Is that why you're doing that? Because we could have an SMT here. OB from the 1 hour on January 7th. Let's look at ESOB from the 1 hour on January 7th. Well, fair enough. It's also the top of a Nubic opening gap, which is a good sign for rejection. But regardless, you guys have to be careful. Nike pushing off that news too. Everything that I've been buying is pushing, luckily. I mean, everything's pretty much pushing because of this CPI print. What does it mean for the Fed? I mean, inflation has not changed, so I don't think it really has any impact on whether or not the Fed's going to cut rates or not. Let me look at the rate probability percent. So right now, for the January 29th meeting, there is a 97% chance that they keep rates where they are. March meeting, 70% chance. May meeting is more there's more variance between them. Then the June meeting, also more variance. So not much has changed, but CPI is not continuing up, which gives a little bit more opportunity for the Fed cutting rates. And if they do start cutting, guys, that is why TLT is pushing most likely here, is that there is basically more hope for the Fed to cut rates. I doubled my position in TLT, guys, in this area, and I alerted the Discord of that. Okay, Michael says, yes, I was delayed. I knew it. So yeah, guys, I did add some TLT. This, if you guys don't know, tracks 20-year Treasury bonds. This is not financial advice. This is just simply what I personally did. It allows you to lock in. So TLT holds assets in the form of 20-year Treasury bonds. So when yields start to rocket, when yields starts to go down, if the Fed starts cutting rates, then bond prices start to move higher. We're also trading into a monthly fair value gap on this, and I think ultimately the draws are going to be up at these 3 sets of buy sides. I'll take majority of the position off around the 108, 109 level, and then hold the rest. But yeah, not financial advice. That is just a way for me to protect my portfolios in case we have more rate cuts and a potential dump in the markets. Bitcoin pushing higher off that news, almost back to 100,000. That's pretty good. We hit 99.5. Okay, guys, we got 12 minutes till market opens, so nothing is likely to happen till then. You can see everything's kind of... Oh, big push for end phase too. So this is another swing trade, guys. I'm revealing all the sauce here. So I sold puts around the 67 level. So now that this is pushed up, I should be up very nicely on this option position. I sold puts, so basically I'm betting on bullishness. If not, I have to buy end phase at $67 a share. And I think that if rate cuts start to happen more often, then this is really going to start pushing. They're very sensitive to rate cuts, if you didn't know solar, so to rates in general. But yeah, guys, nothing is going to happen with this market likely until open. You'll start to see more volatility. But I do think that all this buy side is coming today. So I'm going to look for a setup up to these levels. Let's see how Javier's short's doing. Javier's short has not moved. But wait, Javier, were you short from the top? Did you like just short randomly on a long setup, on a long candle? I mean, it's not random. You were shorting at the OB, obviously, but still. So if you guys are wondering what Javier is talking about, when you have a set of down close candles, then a set of upside candles, and we close below, that is essentially an OB that was formed. So if we draw the top of the OB out in time, you can see where we rejected from here. That was your confirmation. So where did you enter the trade here? Right here on this candle? There was a 1 minute IFEG right here, by the way, guys. I mean, it's small, but technically it did work. Okay, Javier took a short there. But yeah, strong. I'm very happy with the reaction I'm seeing here on end phase. Love to see this hold and potentially take out buy side today. If so, we might book some nice profits on this today. We'll see. Yeah, and smart, Javier. I would definitely suggest closing before market open, because if we are, I mean, we're going to have volatility and you might get stopped out. But yeah, I think there'll probably be a dump at market open if I had to guess, but still. If we hold in this general area, I think that we will see a sell candle. And again, that's not a trade. That is just that's just purely speculation. Sorry, guys. Yeah, there's nothing that's happening here until market open. So, you think we'll fill all that FEG? No, I don't, Jose. I mean, it's possible, but what I'm guessing is going to happen here. I mean, what would be awesome is if we come back to these levels and then go higher. I'm going to guess that these buy side levels, if we're bullish today, these buy side levels will be where we hold. We'll maybe touch the low of the new week opening gap and then go higher. Close it at 62 on ES. Guys, I don't know why you guys trade ES. It literally is the worst. ES sucks. I used to trade ES. NQ delivers so much better most of the time. Jose says, I have 2 MNQ longs from 300. Oof. Did you try and fade me, Jose, when I was shorting the market? You longed from where well, no, I shorted from a little bit lower, but still. You tried to fade me, bro, and you got smoked. You guys can't be fading the GOAT. Gives me more patience. NQ's like my last girlfriend. What? Highly volatile and manipulative? Bro, ES is wild. And it gives you a lot of false signals too. Because of the low volatility, it forms a lot of equal highs. Now here we're not getting any, but normally it forms a lot of equal highs and equal lows. The ones on NQ are much more trustworthy. It really is funny how we talk about these charts like they're human beings. Okay, guys, we got 4 minutes till market open. 4 minutes. We'll see what happens. Again, guys, I'm expecting the market to deliver to these levels right here. And where do they come from? Again, they come from the previous highs that got swept. Now, we are in a new week opening gap here. Okay, so it's possible that this ends up being the low and drives us higher. But we will see what happens. Jose says I'm still holding his long. Jose, what was your setup, bro? No, NQ wicks me out, bottom ticks. That's why I do MNQ. NQ wicks me out. That's why I do MNQ. Well, MNQ and NQ are the same chart, so you'll get wicked out regardless of which one you trade. Are you talking about? Are you saying that's why I do ES or MES? Maybe it was a typo, maybe. Interesting. Targeting the 385 fib. Yeah, I rarely use fibs, guys. The only time I do is OTE. Like the 0.785 standard deviation, I believe. But normally it's just longing and 50% or lower. Okay, come on, market. Let's open already. I like streaming CPI, but I hate waiting for market open. Yeah, you guys saw the one $500 trade, but I did not take that on a cash account. Now, no, Javier, I think you're delayed too. Said that a long time ago. No, just trade MNQ to see if I see an A+. So how many of you guys trade IFEGs, just out of curiosity? Are you all ICT traders? Are you fib traders? Okay, so here's that dump I was saying was likely to happen. I don't know if it's going to continue, but I want to see these levels get touched before we go higher. If we're going to go higher today. Okay, and the 50% level is down here, so it lines up pretty well with what we have there. Where's my midnight open? And 8:30. Okay, so let's see if it holds here. TLT pushing nicely. Okay, so let's see what happens here, guys. Oh, I'm at work, so I have to look out for my boss. Damn, Javier, you're trading while at work? That's dedication right there. All right, so again, guys, no trades yet. Nothing that I'm seeing here. Good for you, Javier. That's dedication, bro, that you're looking at charts. So I really, guys, if I'm looking for longs here, I really want to see a rebalance of these levels. So I think most longs here you're seeing are probably manipulation to generate liquidity and kind of form this trend line. A lot of retail traders see this as a bull flag and they're trying to long out of a breakout. Sometimes it works, but a lot of the times it does not. Another thing we could do, guys, is break out to the upside and then come down here before the longs continue. But again, I will only take a long if I see an A+ IFEG, and that typically comes in discount of the range and also after rebalancing previous highs. I've showed you guys before, but the previous highs come from these levels right here that we just swept. I'd like to see us rebalance at least the first one, maybe touch into the new week opening gap, the 50% of this leg, and then go higher. And if what I'm talking about is gibberish to you guys, I'm trading ICT concepts from the Inner Circle Trader. They work wonderfully, but it takes a lot of practice and you have to put in the effort to study it. Now I'm going to try and fast track it for you guys. All you really need is the 50% level. So when you if you draw a range out from the high that's formed to the low that formed of the leg, draw it out in time, that's the 50% level. You want to be longing in discount, so below the 50%, and you want to be shorting in premium. I always talk about this, but it's very important. It's oversimplified a lot of the time, but just listen. And you want to look for an inverse fair value gap setup. So when a fair value gap is created to the downside, like this, let's say we come down and sweep all these lows, and then we get an inverse here, that's when I would target it. Target the next internal high. The fair value gap would form somewhere here. I know that I have the magnet tool on right now, so it's making it tough to draw out, but something like this. And then we close above it here, and then you enter, and the long will happen. So we'll see what we get. But I'd love to see us trade into discount before getting another long. We do have a small 3-minute fair value gap right here, but it is not nearly A+ enough to me. It's too small. So what I'm thinking here is that this is a false breakout and that we're going to come down and test these levels. Let's see if I was right. So technically this is a retest of the trend line, but I'm guessing this is going to be a false breakout and then we're going to come down and test these levels. Ideally too, I want to see something happen in the macro time, what you guys see here highlighted in yellow. These are called macro times. I say this every stream, but pay attention to this indicator by ICT macros. Pretty much these, take a screenshot of these macro times, but they are the times that the market likes to drive price to where it needs to go. It's kind of like they put an accelerator, like they basically juice the market with steroids at these times normally, and you get deliveries to where you want the market to go. So I have them highlighted on my chart so I can see them whenever, but it's a great thing to have. Okay, so here's the false breakout. See if it holds. Again, I want to see these levels. New week opening gap here. The levels that I was talking about, the previous highs, they come from here, right? That's where I want to see the market go. This is why I hate trading retail concepts, because everybody and their mothers was probably screaming, breakout, 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 let's buy, let's buy, let's buy. And then the market likes to dump them, stop out their trades right here, probably go down to these lows, and then maybe get a long setup from there. Who here trades ICT? Are any of you guys ICT traders, or are you retail traders? What do you guys trade? And how did you pop up on this stream? Wow, TLT is really pushing, guys. Big volume coming in. Well, not big volume, but this is a very nice candle that I want to see at these levels. Javier, no ICT. What do you trade, Javier? What is your model? What is it called? Can you identify it? Here's another thing that's really surprising. Okay, Maggie says ICT, good. Javier, YouTube Shorts. So like what kind of YouTube Shorts? Okay, fine. I got out on that push. I will wait for an A+. Jose, I'm telling you guys, and for everybody else here, wait for A+ setups. Just be patient. Your best friends are going to be discount and premium of the range, or 50%. You can see here. And liquidity. That's all. And why was this not A+ to long right here? Well, first of all, I showed you guys from earlier, we had a data high and equal highs right here that we just swept. So why are you trying to long when we just swept obvious buy-side liquidity? The market runs on an algorithm, whether or not you guys want to believe it. I know it's crazy shocking if you're hearing this for the first time, but the market likes to run from buy-side to sell-side and back. So there's the first level I just mentioned to you guys, and I think we'll probably target these and 50%. Again, it just happens over and over and over again. I know it's tough to believe that you can predict the market like that, but you can. But the market likes to go from sell side to buy side to sell side to buy side. It's basically, the objective of the algorithm is to stop out as many traders as possible. So when we hit buy side liquidity, oftentimes at minimum we get retracements to stop out traders who are long, and then they bring the market higher. I think that all these levels are probably going to hit today. There's buy side liquidity here, 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 and there's equal highs up here along with a new week opening gap. If you guys want the new week opening gap indicator, this is it right here. New week opening gap, new day opening gap by Kryptonite. So again, still here, nothing A+. I'm looking for a very obvious fair value gap to form. There is a tiny 1 minute fair value gap here, and yes, this could work to the upside, but if this works, I'm happy to sit out, okay? You want to wait for something A+. We did touch the first level here. Let me look at the 5. Whoops. Guys, my voice has been cracking a lot lately. You think I'm going through puberty again? I don't know. 28 years old going through a secondary puberty. Yeah, there's nothing here, guys. You guys saw this tiny 1 minute. Sometimes this works, but not A+ enough for me. Oh, Javier says you pop up on YouTube Shorts, started following you last week. Let's go, bro. Yeah, so Javier, what you were learning is called ICT. The inverse fair value gap that I talked about, that the only thing that I really trade, I mean, I do trade with liquidity, but the fair value gaps are super important. That is an ICT concept. Okay. Okay, so we have this tiny 3-minute fair value gap here. If this comes to the upside, I'm okay with this going up. I mean, this in theory could deliver us up the buy side, but this is not nearly good enough for me to take. It's too small. Javier, yeah, I have an understanding of it, but I haven't applied it to my strategy. Yeah, Javier, you will see, bro, over time, if you watch these streams and watch the shorts, it's undeniable how good it is. But it's very important which inverse fair value gap you take. Like this 3-minute fair value gap that I would in theory take, it's too small. I want to see a very big one and an obvious one to take the longs. Jose says, LMAO, seen him and honestly look at your subs and see how you talked, and it was on point. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's actually wild how this stuff works. I've been studying the markets for give or take 5 years, but learning ICT for like 3. And inverse fair value gaps are where it's at. I've tried everything. You guys don't even understand. I've tried every single retail concept you can think of. Most strategies, I've used indicators. Nothing works better than literally just waiting for a fair value gap and waiting for it to close above. Of course, combining it with liquidity, and then screen time. Like the fact that I knew that we were going to at least test this level comes from years of watching the market and seeing how it behaves on a day like CPI. It's just crazy how this stuff works. And if you guys stick with it and be patient over time, you're going to be able to read the market like this. It just takes a long time. Correct, Javier, exactly. So, like, for example, guys, yesterday, I mean, there's no setup here, guys. In theory, we did just close above these 2 1-minute fair value gaps. If you guys want to try something, you can try this, right? Your stop loss would be a close back below this 1-minute fair value gap, and you can target buy-side liquidity. I am not going to take this. It's not A+ enough for me. But if you have a model and you study ICT and you think this will work, by all means. But I know that this doesn't work a lot of the times. But yesterday, if we go back to, I'll come back to the market again really quickly, I promise. Was this yesterday? Yeah, so this was an A+ setup in my opinion right here. Whoops, why did I just delete that? So we had a sweep of this sell side liquidity. We traded into discount of the range. We had a 1-minute close above. I took a long here and I got stopped out. I'm telling you guys right now, I would take this trade 100 more times. It normally delivers up to the data highs, but because the program was bearish, we ended up never delivering, and then we got a dump. But again, this setup works so often that I will take this 100 times, and probably 93 out of 100 times this works. And so if I'm only losing 7 times and winning 93 times, you can imagine the profitability of this model. So that's the whole idea behind managing risk. But you guys can see that we did close above and we are going to the next internal high. So if you guys took that, congrats. Again, not A+, but still a good trade in my opinion. And if you are in this trade, guys, you could take a partial here, move your stop to break even, because once an internal high hits, if we are bullish, it will continue and you will likely not get stopped out. But if we were bearish, then you're going to get stopped out and the market's going to move further down. So like we could come back down, sweep this low, trade into these and then go higher. Or this could just be the low that formed here and we could drive higher all day. There's a bunch of different possibilities here. I'm really glad that people are seeing the shorts though. I wasn't expecting the shorts to get so many views, but like one of my shorts I posted, I got like 6,000 views and I got like 300 subscribers from it, which is pretty wild. I never expected that off of one video. That was crazy. We'll see if I can recreate it. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, so look at this, guys. We are getting a bearish reaction from this internal high. But if the market is truly bullish, we probably won't go back to the body of this candle. This is an order block now, right? An up close candle, 2 down close, and we closed above it, forming a 1 minute OB. So if we're bullish, this will continue us higher. But nothing A plus yet. $514.89. Is ES pushing higher too? ES is pushing higher. I think the draw on ES is probably going to be this new week opening gap at minimum. ES also has, it's taken out a lot of its buy side, so I told you guys already it's stronger than NQ has been. NQ still has not taken out all this buy side liquidity while ES has, you guys can see. So there is potential that there is an SMT here that we reverse to the downside, but I think it's a lot more likely we continue higher. It's just a matter of how we do it. And also one thing you guys will realize, okay? I've said this many times. I am not here to entertain. I'm here to educate you guys. And what you'll realize is, first of all, most profitable traders don't really even stream. But if you see somebody taking even 5 trades in a day, I can almost guarantee you they're not profitable. My trading is very boring. I wait for A+ setups, and sometimes I will go a whole live stream without clicking a button. Okay. If I trade on a cash account or a funded account, I will tell you guys I have those on separate screens. This, what you will see live here, is only funded and eval accounts, and then sometimes paper accounts. But if I see something that is good enough to take on a cash account or a funded account, I will alert you guys. But so far, nothing I've seen is AA+. This was about a 6.5 out of 10. But you can see in this case, it is working to the upside, and I think it will probably deliver us up to here. But just because I think something's going to happen doesn't mean I'm taking a trade. Jose says, so I should wait till we retrace to order block and then MNQ. What do you mean, and then MNQ? Oh, guys, we could this could just be the low of the day, and we could just keep pushing higher. I think it's definitely possible. But I don't see anything that's A+ to take, so I'm not taking anything. It maybe Jose, if we retrace to an order block, I want to see the market come back down to these lows. If we're super bullish today and this is like a big buy program, we're not going to retrace down to 50% and we're just going to continue higher. However, that's not even close to a guarantee. So we basically are being patient and waiting for something AAA+. Wow. Has anybody else taken a trade today? So you guys can see that this 3 minute, which I said was not A+, because it was not, delivered us all the way up back to buy side. We also closed above this fair value gap on this candle, but by the time we got all the way up here, you're so close to buy side that the RR is terrible for the trade. Right, there's this 2 minute fair value gap, or 3 minute, but we closed here, right? So your stop loss would have to be all the way back down here. stop to break even at this high. So like the RR here is terrible. But yeah, guys, there is potential that we don't retrace today. And if that's the case, then I'm just going to have to watch the market, sadly. But that is part of disciplined trading. So on QQQ, the system that I use, I told you guys there was a monthly high above us, and that's probably where we're gonna go. From there, I think we're probably gonna deliver higher. We'll see what happens today, but if there's some kind of an A+ short too, I'll let you guys know. But right now, we have all this low resistance liquidity above us. I think this is coming. This high at minimum. So we will see if we get a setup, guys. We shall see. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. So we're already testing. Why, these equal highs? Did I miss something here? Oh. These were perfect equal highs. Interesting. So another thing to note, guys, if you have ever in the market perfect equal highs like you see right here, this candle's high and this candle's high formed perfect equal highs. Those are normally a magnet for price too. So we do have a set of those above right up here. So I think we should get a long setup up to there, and hopefully that'll happen today. But we will see. But you can see we're retesting the equal highs, and hopefully that'll drive us higher. If this inverses, it could be a good short, but I'm not going to take it because my bias is bullish. But if this candle closes to the downside with the 1 minute, if you want to try a short, you can try this. Stop will be a close back above on the 1 minute, and then your take profit would probably be down here. But so far, we have not gotten a close. We're just wicking. Do you guys see that? How we're wicking? Want to see a 1 minute close below. Again, the bias is bullish, so the odds of this working are a lot slimmer. What I would rather see is just let it happen. Correct, Javier. It might be the pullback to enter long. Possibly, yeah. So what I would like to see is just allow the short to happen if it does, and then get some kind of a setup from somewhere else. How's Enphase doing now? Wow, completely selling off its whole up move. That's funny. Okay, so bullish reaction out of here. This might work to the upside, guys. If we are bullish, we should hold this and continue higher here. And then target the first buy side, which is up here. But not a huge fan of this. I like inverse for value gaps, and maybe we won't get one until later. I don't know. But I'm not going to be anxious to take anything, guys. Only going to take something A+. And so far, not a single delivery of any candle today has been A+, in my opinion. Not a single one. Okay, so technically this is a short if the 1 minute closes down here. NEE? What the heck? Okay, so there was no entry here, guys. You can see the candle is still printing. We have another basically 30 seconds till this candle prints. So there's no entry for this short. But you can see here a lot of ICT traders that saw this fair value gap. They're like, oh yeah, let's long this. It's bullish. It's going to take us up to buy side, right? Then they dump it, stop out a lot of people, and then they'll move the market higher later. Another possibility here, guys, is that we come all the way back down to sell side, and then we get a long from there. There's so many different scenarios here. So that technically is the short, guys, if you want to enter. I personally am not. I don't think it's A+ because my bias is still bullish. But in theory, we swept a high. We've closed below a 1 minute fair value gap, and this could be a dump. But your stop loss would be a 1 minute close back above the fair value gap. So this is what I'm saying, guys. Sometimes this is an A+ trade, and sometimes I will take this with full size. However, because of my screen time and my experience with bias and my daily draw, I think the draw is up here. So why am I trying to take this short if the draw is bullish? It makes no sense. But in theory, this should work to the downside. However, we didn't sweep this low yet, so that's fine. But this could potentially be the low of day. I don't know, but there's no A+ setup long or short here. So you see how we closed back above the 1 minute fair value gap? So if you were short, this is your stop loss in the trade. Is anybody, guys, I'm curious, is anybody entering a long here or a short? And I want to know why. I just explained to you guys my thought process behind this. But is anybody itching to take a trade now? What's going on with you guys? Because I'm telling you, anxiety and FOMO are the worst things you can have in this market. Oh, shit. So I'm going to guess now, guys, that this is going to deliver us up to buy side because we had an A+, well, not an A+. Sometimes this is an A+ short and we close back above. My guess is it's going to take us higher. Now, is that a trade signal? No. But I'm just telling you what I've seen from screen time. If this is a very bullish day, then this may have been the low and it's just going to continue us higher. But again, we don't know that. It's just all speculation. I've told you guys already, there has not been a single A+ trade today. Nothing that I saw. Not a single trade. Exactly, Javier. There's always another bust. There's always a chance to make money, guys. And once you're able to size accordingly, so like I trade with 1 or 2, sometimes 3 NQ contracts, you can make more than enough for the whole week with one trade. So why are you itching to take something that's not A+? It's just not worth it. Eventually, if you guys trade long enough, you will realize that. Again, from screen time, I think a lot of the times this will come up to buy side and take out the next internal high. However, what is the win rate on this trade? Probably less than 50%. So why even take that? It makes no sense. I would rather wait for something where it's so good. I'm like, I have like a light bulb in my head and it's like amazing. And I'm like, I want to take this trade. When I get that feeling, you'll recognize it over time. Okay, guys, this feeling of like overwhelming confidence and just, this is the setup I need to take. And you just take that. Even if it happens once a week, that's all you need. Everything else is just entertainment. You're basically thinking to yourself that you want fun, you want dopamine, and I know it's hard to believe that. Sometimes you don't even you don't even realize that that's what you're doing. But most of the time, clicking clicking the buy button is literally just for your curiosity or boredom. That's it. Just be patient and wait for the setup that's so undeniably good that you're like, I have to take this. And that was when you take the trade. Even though I'm right a lot of the times when I call the markets, it doesn't matter. I don't take 90% of them because I know over time, if I just click buttons, it ends up making you unprofitable. So I told you guys that this 1 minute inverse short should not work. It didn't work. I told you that we're likely to go back up to buy side. We went up to buy side. Did I click a button on either of those situations? No. Exactly. Javier, not buying at the top. I think today has the potential to be a buy day. Where most dumps get bought up. But yeah, unfortunately, there is no setup to take anything. So I told you guys already, this high should come now. And then all this low resistance liquidity should get swept as well. Wow, Nike getting rid of all of its gains. Tesla. Ooh, Tesla pushing nicely. Let's go. If you guys didn't know, this is my biggest position. And in the Discord, that is one of the biggest stock ads that I've had. We added Tesla. Let me see if I can find it. From user Tesla. How do I search? I don't know, I'm wasting time with this, but our biggest ads were Tesla between 180 and 220. So very nice to see that. People are up like crazy in the Discord from that. Okay, so we almost hit buy side. Imagine if this rejects right before buy side and then we get a setup. That would be so cool. And I will tell you guys, sometimes that happens. We'll come very close to buy side liquidity and then we'll reject. In this case, I'm guessing we won't, but who knows? Who knows? Okay, there's buy side, guys. I think we'll go higher here. Okay, we have lots of other buy side to take out today. I'm sure we will get one setup. At least one. But you have to be patient. So you guys can see in this macro time that I told you guys about, the 950 to 1010 macro, this was the algorithm that spooled price up to buy side liquidity. But yeah, today to me feels like a day where every sell is going to be bought up. So the best thing you can do, guys, is look for a bunch of down close candles and buy. But again, don't just buy randomly. But I will tell you that big down close moves today will probably benefit you. So we have another bullish fair value gap here. In theory, this should be used to drive us higher. If we close below it, you can try a short, but again, my bias is still bullish, so why take a short here? Absolutely not. So if we took long, our stop should be at 300 because this shouldn't retrace anymore, correct? Because if we're bullish, we should continue. 300. In theory, yes, Jose. However, there is a scenario where we could play out like this. where the market dumps all the way back down to sell side, stops people out, and then continues higher. This is the thing about the market, guys. The should scenario, yes, it should play out, but the algorithms have so many models, so many programs that they use, and sometimes this is what happens. They'll stop everybody out, and then you'll get longs later on. Sometimes it just continues, but it's very difficult to know which one it is. And so when there's a lot of different scenarios that can play out, I stay out of the market. When I can see that the market has very few other scenarios that can happen, and normally that happens when we get like an IFEG setup. Let's say we take out this liquidity right here, and we get a perfect long setup, then I'll take something from here. But sometimes we completely come all the way back down, stop out traders, then go long. So like buying this fair value gap, sometimes it will work, great, but you shouldn't have your stop all the way down here. You should have your stop somewhere near the fair value gap if that's how you trade. I don't trade that way. I have a very unique system for trading that many people don't use, and sometimes I don't get trades, but like any profitable model, you have to be super patient. So it's completely up to you how you trade, but in theory, yes, Jose, we should not come back down to here. But there, like I told you, there is a situation where we come down to this low and then continue higher. Yeah, so that's the thing with trading, guys. It seems like this beautiful dream. Okay, I'm not trying to sell you guys a dream, because I'll tell you right now, trading is probably one of the hardest careers in the world. And people get sold this dream that you can just easily win. And I'm telling you right now, the less trades you take, the more money you're going to make. It rhymes too. But if you are not patient and you are just desperate to make money and you're not waiting for an A+ model, you are going to get destroyed. It's all fun and games until you lose a few $1,000s in a day when you go on tilt. It's terrible. So you might be in the honeymoon phase of trading, but I'm telling you guys right now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is extremely tough. And if you are patient, exactly, you can get death by 1,000 cuts. Most people, they're like, oh, let me take this trade. It will only get like a 0.5% loss or something, but then they end up taking 10 trades, and that 0.5% loss turns into a 5% loss. And sometimes they'll move their stop loss down on a trade and it ends up being a 2% loss. Then they take a 3% loss. It can be destruction. So you have to be patient. Only take the A+ setups, and that is the best information I can give you. This is not an A+ long, not even close to an A+ long. But on a bullish day, we should use this to go higher. Well, I have definitely seen days, guys, where the market will induce people long here, and then it dumps, takes out sell side. Then we get an A+ long from here to go higher. But there's also days where this happens. Okay, so there's a secondary buy side. So be aware of this candle here. You see how that delivered very strongly to the upside? If we close below it, then I would potentially expect a dump here. But we'll see. This might be a breakaway gap. I don't know yet. So that was this buy side right here. Let me get rid of this so you guys can see this better. And yeah, I think that this is where we're going here too. But again, there's no inverse fair value gap setups even to get there. So if we get something in here, I mean, I will consider taking a long, but it has to be A+. I think this low is probably coming now to stop out some traders who are long on this candle. Again, not a trade. It's just speculation for now, because I could be completely wrong. And you guys have seen, for those of you guys who are in this live stream, you know during a live stream when I think something is A+. Normally I scream alert, 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 or something of that sort. And yeah, it doesn't happen often, but when it does, we end up booking a lot of profits. So well, my eyes are getting sore. Let's put on the blue light glasses. When the blue light glasses come on, it's game over. Wow, guys, look how strong ES is compared to NQ. That bearish order block that Jose took, look how it got smoked. I told you guys that the next new week opening gap was a target, and you can see we got it. Oh. Yeah, I mean, based on what I'm seeing here, I just think NQ is going to push higher all day. It looks like we're in a very strong buy program based on this model. I think these are next, and maybe we even get these equal highs today. I don't know, but I think it's possible. So I'm not going to be crazy here, but I'm going to wait for a setup, and hopefully we can get something to target these. And what I will likely do, guys, if I get a long setup, I will not take profits early. I'll probably just hold it as a runner to go all the way up. And if I take one here, it will be on a cash account as well. So I don't have to worry about trailing drawdown on my cash accounts, only on evals. Yeah, so we'll see if we get it. But guys, if we get this somehow, and again, this is just a model I've seen it happen before. If we miraculously get the sell, take out this liquidity right here, this is where I will look for a perfect inverse fair value gap to go higher. If we miraculously get it, I doubt it, but it is possible. So we did sweep buy side here, right? We do have buy side above, but if we sweep this buy side and we get a close here, if you believe that the market is bearish, then you can try this, right? The close below this woman at fair value gap would be your entry. Stop would be a close back below, and then you would take profits at internal sell side and then look for a long. That's an opportunity. But I'm not going to take that because my bias is bullish. Wow, I'm up like $3,000 on Tesla today. Actually, 5,000. My bad. I have a lot of Tesla in my Roth IRA. If you guys don't know about Roths, they are tax-free accounts. So all the growth I have on Tesla in my Roth is tax-free. Okay, let's see if we get the short, guys. If we get a 1 minute close back below, stop loss will be here, and then your take profit will be down here. Sorry for these drawings. So pay attention to what happens here at this buy side. If we get a strong down move, this will be a decent short. If you want to try it, it looks like this. Okay, so I like this down move so far. Also, guys, make sure if you're in the stream, make sure you like the stream. And if you don't, I'm coming to your house. That's it. I know all your addresses. I have a special system here that tells you, oh, good morning, Gear Grind. I have a special system, guys, that tells me all your addresses. And just like Santa, I know when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. And I'll come to your house. And I'll take your finger and I'll force you to click the like button. Gear Grind says, which platform do you use for share? I mean broker. For my brokerages, so for my long-term accounts, I'll tell you guys right now, do not use Robinhood. It's like a Mickey Mouse platform. I mean, some people enjoy it because it's user-friendly, but if you really want to be able to do stuff, like all the tools in your tool belt, option selling, iron condors, all that stuff, Charles Schwab and Fidelity are best. I use Charles Schwab for my long-term portfolios, and then I use Fidelity for my Roth IRAs. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And then this is TradingView, but for my cash accounts, I use Trade-of-8 and TradeStation. And then for my prop firms, it's just synced through Trade-of-8, I believe. Okay, so no push down there. I mean, this could just be a buy day, and we just keep going up all day. It's possible. But guys, I don't make money just clicking buttons randomly, right? On a day like today, you might get lucky clicking a button and just making profits, but I'm telling you right now, if you try and do that on other days, you will get destroyed. It's all about not about one individual day. It's how you treat every single day in the markets. What brokers do you guys use? If somebody says Robinhood, you're getting kicked from the stream. Okay. Tesla pushing nicely. ASML, another one of our ads, going crazy. I love to see that. Yeah, I think so, Gear Grind. I think they allow. I don't know about South Africa, but they should allow. Let's see what else in the market is doing well. Hood is up 9%, SOXL 8%, Riot up 7%. Wow. Guys, this is printing. We added this in the daily fair value gap. If you guys don't believe me, I will show you right now. This one I think is close in the swing trading section. So you can see here that I added Riot. My cost basis is $9.30. So I'm up crazy on this. But if you've not gotten to Riot, I said this is a great spot. And we were trading into this daily volume imbalance. I told you guys this is where I'm looking for longs. And you can see here that was right in here. And the market is now pushing like crazy. So I think this is going to go much higher, guys, especially when Trump gets inaugurated. I think all of this low resistance liquidity on Riot is going to get smoked. So giving you guys the sauce here of one of my swing trades. But yeah, look, it's doing very well. Let me just quickly check what else is doing well and what's doing badly today. Okay, of course the VIX is down. Hershey's is down. Wow. Big sell on Hershey's. That's wild. Boeing. Okay, anyways, guys, let's go back to the charts. Javier has Robinhood. Uh-oh. Apex and TradeStation. Yeah, same. Most of my funded accounts are on Apex, and then some of them are on my funded futures. Jose says I have 21,450 as a target. Yeah, I mean, we should come up to this new week opening gap today. I would not be surprised. Yeah, of course, Gear Grind. And guys, if you want all my long-term positions, those are all posted in the Discord. So you get live trading, you get option selling, you get long-term trades, you get swing trades, my bond positions. So there is a free 3-day trial right now. If you guys go into the link, you should be able to access it. But I really suggest, guys, before you start day trading, even though it's very enticing, you should be focusing on getting a job and making your money through some other form of income and investing it into shares of companies you love. Like just this year, I have increased my net worth probably 35, almost 40% based on my positions that I bought 2 years ago. So I'm super proud of that. But the most money that I make, guys, 20% comes from day trading. I've said this many times on stream. 80% comes from long-term investing and option selling. Starting with Top Step. Top Step is good too, Javier. I've heard. I don't use Top Step, but I've heard they're good. But guys, be very careful of all these new brokers that are coming out, or these new prop firms. Don't deal with them. Just stick with the good ones. Apex is great. My Funded Futures is great. I heard Top Step is great too. But yeah, Jose, so my birthday is in October 19th. I think the lows of 2022 came on the 22nd of October. And I bought a lot of companies for my birthday. I was buying Tesla hand over fist. I was buying Bitcoin hand over fist. The biggest thing that I missed was Nvidia. So back when Nvidia was like before the 10-for-1 split, they were trading at like 1,000 something a share, right? In 2022, I had a limit order to buy Nvidia at $91 a share. And it never filled. I think it hit 101. If that would have hit, guys, my net worth would be up probably 400% from 2022, something like that. But yeah. Starting with Top Step, yeah, bro, same 20. Yep. Tesla at 108 you got, Jose. That was great. That's amazing. I think my cost basis on Tesla is now at like 200 or 196. But I was buying Tesla at 100 and probably 104, 145, 150. I bought some at 180. I bought some at 175. But my lowest was probably around 100. Debating between Nvidia and Amazon. I chose Amazon. Damn. I bought Amazon at $80. I bought both. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't buy Nvidia, but I bought Amazon. And I got that at like 80 something on the day after earnings when they sold off. But yeah, my limit order on Nvidia never filled, sadly. Jose, but Amazon was good too, because Amazon's in the 200s. So if you were debating between Amazon and Nvidia at that time, then that was a great time because both of them were on discount. Yeah, true. It did not pump as much as Nvidia. That is true. Okay, so what can happen here, guys? We could potentially stall, drop down below this low maybe, and then we get the long up to here. I'm hoping to see that. But this is definitely an area where we could stall. Could. Let's go, guys. So there's 6 people here and 7 people like the stream. That's hype. Oh, also, guys, for those of you who are in here, I need to boost one of my shorts. I told you guys this yesterday, but if you look at my shorts, the one that I just posted right there, I think it's called Stock Market Money Machine Strategy. Make sure you guys watch that. Comment if you haven't, and if you like it if you watch it a few times and like it, it really helps the algo push it out. So make sure you watch that. Oh, pretty good looking short on ES. Is NQ getting it? No. This woman at IFEG doesn't look bad, I'm not gonna lie. I think I will try this, guys. Debating. Whoops. Nah, I'm gonna skip it. Doesn't look A+. I'm sorry, guys. It's very hard to short on a day like this. Much better to follow the trend, in my opinion, and just wait for pullbacks. If this works, great. And we'll look for a long... Let's say this liquidity gets swept. Then I don't think that's a bad spot to look for longs. Like, also what we could do is come up and get some kind of a bull trap right here and get a short down to here. It's possible too. But this is not an A+ IFEG in my opinion. You know, my fib levels at 343.2 haven't moved since market structure changed. 343. Yeah, I don't know where you guys are drawing your fibs from, but yeah, if you use fibs and they work, guys, that's great. I rarely use fibs, very rarely. So don't be surprised if this candle dumps us down to this low. What else is doing well today? What is Nike doing now? Nike completely taking out its whole up move. UPS moving higher. Another one of our swing trades going crazy is Occidental Petroleum. We were buying this below $50 a share. Also one of my swing trades in the Discord. I wonder if Bitcoin's going to hit 100 today. We're getting close. Javier, I never trade oil or gold. I only trade NQ. That's the only thing that I trade. Keep it super simple. Dude, Riot is going ballistic. That's crazy. All right, so very interesting spot here. This looks like another bull flag that hopefully just gets destroyed. I want to see these lows get swept, ideally. Does anyone else here trade anything apart from NQ? I know, I think it's, who was it? Javier, or was it Jose that was trading? I think it was Javier that was trading ES. Yeah, gold is the worst. Delivery on gold is probably some of the shittiest price action I've ever seen on a highly liquid, highly traded asset. Gold is the worst. Do not suggest touching gold. If I were you, I would not touch it. Yeah, gold is so bad. Javier says ES, NQ, CL, and GC. Good, guys. I mean, whatever works for you. If you're trading on multiple different assets, maybe some of them aren't delivering as well as you'd like that day. It's not a bad idea. But for me, I just trade NQ. And I'm super, super patient with when I take a trade. If you guys haven't seen that today, well, that is basically how I operate. What I think is pretty interesting is Lockheed Martin. This looks like a pretty crazy, I mean, this was a good short. Look at this inverse on the weekly. It happens on every time frame, guys. You can see here we closed the weekly fair value gap like this. This would have been your entry for the trade. A stop would be a weekly close back above this IFEG. And you can see that we completely collapsed. By the way, guys, I did call this on X. If you don't follow me there, you can. But on Palantir, I called a short. On the 4 hour, another inverse fair value gap. See how this works? We traded into a bearish fair value gap here, and we inversed a 4 hour on this candle. So right here was the entry for the short. Stop loss would be a close back above this 4 hour or the inverse, whichever you prefer. I kept it higher. You can see we dumped all the way down to sell side. And now that we took sell side out, we're getting a bullish reaction from it. But I do think it's possible that we come down to this area on Palantir as well. So we'll see. Ooh. So far this short, this woman at IFEG is still working. TP is down here. I'm not taking this, guys, but I'm just saying that it's working for now. So if you guys are in this, I would probably move my stop to break even here, because if this is bearish, this candle should deliver us. We should not come back and take out your entry. And I would take a partial at this low, and I would hold down to this low. And if you really want, you can leave a runner down to this low. It's possible that this gets taken out. Possible, but less likely. But I do have a feeling, guys, that today is just going to be a buy day, and it's just going to keep pumping higher and higher and higher. I do have a feeling that that's going to be the case. So if we get a strong sweep of liquidity, I will definitely be looking for a long entry. Definitely. Hopefully we are given it. That's the thing. We might not, but hopefully we will. Excuse me. Okay, so if you were in this trade, you should have gotten stopped out there for break even. Okay, what else? What else? What else? What stocks are you guys invested in? For those of you who are in here, anyone a long-term investor at all? You guys long-term invest in GameStop? I don't know if I said this on stream before. I think I have. I have a friend who bought a ton of GameStop here in the 50s and 60s, and he averaged down all the way, and he ended up being in the hole almost $400,000. 400 grand. He's an employee at Google, and he was an employee at Microsoft, and he was also part of the NASA Mars rover program. So he was piloting the Mars rover. Makes a ton of money. But still, he was down 400 grand. And then when this happened, when Roaring Kitty posted for the first time since 2020, he ended up making like 100,000 on it or something. He went to break even and ended up profiting 100K. And he got out and he's never touched it again. Bro learned his lesson. All right, so it looks like the trade is working. We never closed above the IFEG, so should get the trade down to sell side here. Again, you should have taken a partial at this low, potentially a partial here, and then I think we should get a long setup from there, so we'll see if we do. We shall see. I'm really hoping, guys, somehow, by the gift of God, that we get this low, and then a long setup from there. Also, anyone in here play chess? Anybody in here play chess? Gear grind a long time ago. If you guys are on if you guys are chess players, I'm not very good. I'm like 1,000 elo. At least that's the highest I've ever been. But this is my my username. So you guys should add me, the Checkmate Trader, just like on YouTube. Play you guys anytime. Wow, big push here. I really, really am wishing that this goes down so we can get a long entry. But so far, that's not looking promising. But you guys can see that every single cell is getting bought up. I'm going to take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. See, guys, this is the tough part about trading, okay? Some people are able to wait all day, okay, to take a trade. And then when they're really expecting something to happen, like I wanted this sell side to get taken to enter along, they get upset that it didn't go their way and they emotionally click a button up here. Will it work sometimes? Yes. Sometimes you get smoked. You have to be able to sit patiently every single day and not get that urge and that emotional drive to click a button. If you cannot do that, you will not be successful in trading. It's that simple. You need to be able to sit every single day, even on the days where you feel impatient, even on the days you're frustrated, the days you don't feel so great. every single day. If you can't do it, there's going to be that one day where you decide, oh, I'm just going to click the button. Like right there, I could have been my emotional trigger to buy, right? Because I said, oh, it's a very bullish reaction. And then look what happens. You guys have to be super careful. It's not a game. And if you treat it like a game, you're going to get destroyed. Cannot stress that enough. And honestly, guys, I will tell you this. If you are struggling with day trading, don't day trade. The best thing you can do is swing trade. So find stocks that you really want to own and just look for swing trades. Every swing trade I take is called in the Discord. And those are you're holding for like weeks to months at a time. So there's a much less chance to go on tilt. It's much easier to accept your loss because you know exactly where you're going to be losing when you enter the trade. I'm telling you guys, you will be so much more profitable with swing trading than you will be with day trading. It is a losing battle for most. I'm saying that honestly. I'm not trying to sell you guys a dream. And yeah. Did we create equal highs here? No, we did not. So this is a 1 minute fair value gap. In theory, this should act as a bullish reaction here, but I would love to see some liquidity get swept first. Gonna take my horse. This is incredible, this reaction on TLT off of this Fed news. I told you guys I doubled my position below 86.31, this sell side liquidity. Hopefully this is going to be the lows that form. We'll see though. Okay, so the bodies of these two candles held the fair value gap. Probably will push us back to buy side, but again, do I know that for sure? Absolutely not. I'd rather be patient and wait for liquidity to get swept, one of these two, and then look for a long. We did just trade into this 15-minute bullish fair value gap. And we are getting a bullish reaction out of it. I would love to see this 15-minute get traded into. Would love to see it. If it happens, great. If not, whatever. But that's where I'll be looking for a long, probably in this one. Gonna take my horse to the old town road. I don't know why that just got stuck in my head. Ride till I can't no more. Na 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 na. Do 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 do. Slow grind up. Oh, wow. What a boring day. What a boring day. Anybody in a trade right now? Who's in a trade? Who took a trade and failed today? If you guys took a losing trade, let me know and I'll analyze it for you. Tell you if you did something right or did it wrong. Ugh. Damn, this chair is squeaky. So pay attention to these two lows here. I'm going to guess that the market comes down and takes those out. There is another 1 minute inverse happening here, but we still got 20 seconds until the candle close. Ten seconds. See if it closes down here. In theory, guys, study this. In theory, if this 1 minute closes below the fair value gap, we should dump down to these lows and hopefully this sell side. Okay, so that we just got the close. In theory, we should come down to these two lows now. Now, because it's a very bullish day, it might not happen, but I think it will. I'm going to guess that these lows are going to hit. Do 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 do. Bitcoin hit 99,796. So remember I was telling you guys about the idea of the market trading back to previous highs like we did today on NQ? Remember I told you that we were going back to this high on the 15 right here. And we came down and traded into it. Very similar thing is happening on Tesla right now. We had this high, and this high, and we had a bullish reaction, and now we traded down to fill orders that were at this all-time high, and now we're pumping. So I would not be surprised if this ends up being the bottom for Tesla and we just keep going up. Bearing that there's no economic black swan event, obviously. Flat all day. Okay, so watch how this inverse is working still, guys, here. I kind of want another coffee, but I think I'll just take a knick-knack instead. Okay, there's the dump that I've been looking for. Should I try a quick scalp here, 1-to-1? What do you guys think? This is a paper trade, guys. I'm not in this on any account. Sorry for not specifying this. But I think this low is coming. Ride till I can't no more. As soon as this candle's low hits, I'm going to move my stop to break even on the trade. If it does. So once this candle, the green candle, the body, the wick, once that hits, that's where the stop will be moved to break even. Ride till I can't no more. I would move it there, honestly, guys, if I were you. Because this candle's low got swept, so I'd like to see that just deliver us down. Very nice. And a break-even stop out. And where's the low? Should take us lower. I'm guessing this is going to hit the body of this candle right here. And now we're looking to see if any 2-minute or any fair value gaps are getting formed to the downside. And if there is something really good, guys, I will consider taking a long. I would not be surprised if the body of this candle hits, and then I also would like to see this low potentially. Got the horses in the bag. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. So guys, what I'm looking for here, again, I'll repeat myself. I'm looking for some kind of an A+ fair value gap. So right now, if this market continues down here and we don't come back up, okay, never mind. I was going to say a 5-minute fair value gap would be forming here, but it's not. No A+ fair value gaps in this leg. Even though this liquidity got swept, there's nothing here that's telling me that I should be taking a long. Right? I'm looking for obvious big red down close candles where somebody will say, okay, if there's a big red down close candle, I'm going to short within the candle, and I'm looking for the candle to get closed above to take a long. We aren't the same. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm looking for the body of this candle to come now. Ideally. Maybe a little bit higher. You should get music from Stream Beats to play for your streams. Yeah, that's true, bro. Yeah, what do you guys... Type 1 if you want music. Type 2 if you don't want music. Gear Grind wants music. Gear Grind wants music. Gear Grind wants music. The only thing is, I don't know. Is there a way to get it to play only on the stream? Or like, is my mic gonna have to pick it up on my computer? Oh. No, I don't like that. Got the chill lo-fi coffee shop music going. Can you guys hear that? You guys want me to play coffee shop music from now on so it's not so dead quiet? You guys hear that, by the way? And does the quality sound shitty? guys can see, there's a pretty big bull flag forming right now. Right? But I would love to see this this body get swept first. I want the channel to continue. Your grind says address it on OBS. OBS under audio mixer. So Gear Grind, what do I click under audio mixer? Like, how do I make it so that it captures my voice better than the background music? I have my mic selected under devices, but reduce the dB on desktop audio. Yeah, let's see dB I see. Yeah, I'll show you guys what I see on the screen. Mic aux. Down mix, is that what you're saying? Guys, there's the down move that I was looking for. I got stopped out on that candle. Obviously, that was a paper trade, but still. So I'm going to be looking for longs in here, guys. But anybody have an idea? Anyways. You guys should be able to hear me louder than you hear the audio now. So remember what we were talking about earlier, or if Jose is still in here, or was it Javier? I think it was Jose. I said that it's very possible we can come back down here. It's unlikely, but it's possible. And this looks like the program that's going to deliver us down the sell side. Now, it might not. We're trading into this 15-minute fair value gap now, which is totally acceptable. Mean threshold. Right now, my volume on the music is 1. Is it still too loud? Like right now, I can barely hear the music. So I don't know how that's possible. Like I can barely hear the music. You guys can hear it loud? So on my computer right now, first of all, now the music's not playing at all. Oh, you know what it might be? Wow, very bullish reaction there, guys. Crazy. Still nothing A+. Do I have Spotify on this computer? Gear Grind said I sent you the settings on Twitter. I'll check it out. So I have to download Spotify on my computer. I'm going to play it from my phone today, but I'll figure out the settings for next time. Can you guys hear that at all? I'm going to fix it on my computer for next time, but... there is a decent 1 minute fair value gap here. I would really prefer for this liquidity to get swept first, though. We have 2 fair value gaps here. You definitely should be able to hear my voice better now. But Jose, remember I was telling you it's possible that we end up going down to this liquidity? I really would prefer to see this get swept before taking a long, guys, I'll be honest. So hopefully this holds and we just keep going down. I'd love to see this liquidity get swept. If this gets swept, guys, I will for sure be looking for a long setup. But until then, I'm not as confident on taking any more longs for now. Let's take a look at some of the options positions we can get on Tesla right now for Friday. Gear grind long. I'm not yet, bro. I'm not enticed yet. Would love to see one more down sweep, take out this low, and then a real up move to begin for the day. Because we're still early, guys. It's only 8 a.m. Pacific. It's only 11 o'clock. Okay, so if I look at Tesla options right now for Friday, I can sell the 450 calls for $77. That's pretty good. We'll see how the day ends today. If we have a buy program, I may sell some calls on Tesla just to collect us some premium for Friday. So I see 2 scenarios playing out here, guys. Either this is the low of the day, or we get one more downside sweep to take this out, and then we go higher. I really would love to see this liquidity get swept first, though. There is a pretty nice looking 2 minute here. I'm not going to lie, though. If you guys are feeling frisky, you can try this. I really want to wait for this low to get swept. But technically this is a long setup because we did sweep this liquidity. Stop the break even at this high or this high, whichever you prefer, and then just leave the runners. But I'm not going to take it, guys. Not on a cash account. Happy haven't taken this so far based on this reaction. Is there a 3 minute as well? No. Let me draw out this 15-minute too so you guys can see it. Okay, so you see why I didn't take this 2-minute? This, I think, is a fake up move. I think we're going to get one more sweep of liquidity, maybe down here, and then along we'll probably go from here. So I'm looking for something in this area, guys. And I will take it up for a afternoon buy program. Okay, beautiful short so far. I'm telling you guys, I think this is coming. I think we're finally going to get our trade. I wish this formed equal highs. It didn't, but I wish it did. Okay, so I want this low to get swept now, and I want to see this low really badly. Everybody who's long the market right now has their stop loss above this. And you guys can also see we inverse this to the downside. I think this is going to end up dumping us. Okay, nice move so far. If you're in this short, I would move your stop to break even when this low hits. Because if this is going to continue us down, we should just dump. Javier, by the way, thank you, Gear Grind, for sending me those settings on Twitter. I will check it out when we're done trading here. Don't like those shorts. The bear takes the elevator or jumps out the window. It doesn't take the steps. Yeah, I mean, especially on a day like today, if we're bullish, we're going to get slow grinds down and then pushes up. So you still have to be cautious, but I do still like these. There's no setup here to take, really. Because you can see we closed below. This was the entry, and then we closed above. So the shorts aren't working out too well. But I think the lows are either here or here. Let's see if there's an SMT with ES. So ES is making a lower low. And you can see NQ's made a higher low. So technically there's a 1 minute SMT here. But let's see if the SMT holds. Again, guys, being patient. This is the liquidity that I want. This wick right here. There is technically a 1 minute long here with an SMT ESNQ. Not good enough for me. But eventually, guys, I am excited for this low resistance liquidity. I'd love to spit again. I'd love to see the ultimate draw get swept first, and then all of this to get taken out later today. So I'd love to see all these be fake IFEGs to take this out and then get the long. Yeah, guys, imagine like, think about this. Wow. Do you guys want to be part of this price action? It's disgusting. This is terrible. And there's not anything obvious happening. You guys want to see, like, telling you the best setups happen when you get some crazy outlier move, okay? This is what I wait for all the time. I wait for something crazy. Okay, so if I get an outlier move like this is going to be where my signal to enter long will be. Apart from that, I don't want to take anything with size. Like, to me, this is just all part of this algorithmic liquidity generation. You can see this trend line forming. This is not human beings. I'm telling you guys right now. This is all algorithms generating liquidity, stopping people out. Everyone that tries to long, every single green candle gets stopped. And eventually, something will happen. We'll get some kind of a driving move down to really say, to like convince people that the market's going to dump, and then you get the long setup, normally. Could I be wrong today? Yes. But I'm telling you, most of the time, this is how the market runs. It keeps stopping people out. Let's see if I'm right. This is just a paper trade, guys. But let's see if we end up back at this low. Everybody that's trying to long this has their stop loss at this low, so it's likely to go there. Again, this is all paper, complete speculation. I'm just showing you guys where I believe the market's going. When I take a real trade, I will tell you guys.
So if this low gets swept, I'll have to move it to break even. But pay attention to this low and then this low. $230 paper dollars right there, guys. So I'm being very attentive to, again, this is the trend line I was telling you guys about. It just continues to hold, and I think it will continue to hold until all these lows are swept. And then only then will I look for a long. Because all this low resistance liquidity, I think, is going to get swept later today. And I'm very excited for that, and the move will be big. So you don't trade on your live account, or I do trade on my live accounts, guys. My cash accounts are always on another screen. But my eval accounts and funded accounts, I will trade on here. But I'm not trading on either of those today. I'm only trading on my cash accounts. So you guys see how, well, this is not even a good 2-minute IFEG. But you guys see how this 1-minute fair value gap, if you're not experienced with the market, you will probably take this and you will get smoked. You guys have to learn when the best fair value gaps form, and it's always after liquidity gets swept. So pay attention to lows. Okay, so once this low gets swept, that's when my eyes will start to draw attention to longs. And of course this low. But ultimately I want this low to get swept, and that's when I will take my longs. Beautiful trade so far. If you guys are still in this, again, I got stopped out for 230 on that, but still. It's all for speculation right now. Greg is in Q's puts. I think that's not a bad idea right now. There's a lot of people who are trying to long this bull flag right now. A lot of people. And I think eventually this will work today, but I want to see a trade outside the range and then the long. So somewhere in here, guys, I will be looking for that ultimate long setup. Greg, do you only trade calls and puts, or do you trade shares? Curious to know if you guys actually trade shares as well. ES also making lower lows while NQ is making higher lows. So this could potentially be an SMT here. I hope this isn't the breakout. I really hope it's not. I doubt it, but I hope it's not. 50% of the M15. Okay, you use 50% retracements. Are you talking about 50% of this leg right here? Because that's exactly where I'm looking for longs. Oh, are we forming equal highs here? Okay, I'm going to remove this trend line. Good. I like this idea right here. But unfortunately, the thing I hate about puts is the theta decay. Because if you're doing short-dated puts, this is smoking your profits right now. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Stay put for this 50% level. If we get a breakout here, it's inevitable. There's nothing we can do about it. But I think this is probably going to go down. But we'll see. Be right back. All right. In profit right now, going to move to futures next month. Guys, if you don't trade futures, you really should be. Way better for your for tax purposes. I say that all the time, but I think this looks ready to dump. Like I've told you guys many a times, I think this low is coming. Then from there, we will look for our longs. I was hoping to see equal highs form here, but I didn't get any, unfortunately. And when the setup does come, guys, I told you this already, but I will tell you when I'm taking it on a cash account. You can choose what account you want to take your trades on. This is not an alert service. This is education. But I will tell you guys when I am taking something on an account that actually means something to me. Really like the moves that Tesla's making. Okay, I think all this LRLR is going to get swept now. These three lows. Love to see a big candle. And this is really what I'm looking for, guys. I want to see a nice big red candle, okay? An inducement candle. Then maybe, so let's say we come down, hold on one second. We come close to the low. What the heck? So I want to see like maybe something like this, where we come really close to the low. We come up, we sweep the low one more time, and we create an inverse here. This is where I'll be looking for my long setup. Something like this. For futures, Greg, I recommend, I mean, first of all, depends if you're profitable or not. If you're not a profitable trader, I recommend using, okay, I love this down close move. I recommend using a prop firm. I use Apex, and then they connect to TradeStation using something called Tradeovate. So I'll look for Tradeovate. I would enter with Tradeovate, start an account with them. But if you start an Apex account, you can use Tradeovate, and then I sync it to my trading view. So everything you see on my trading view is connected to my brokers. All right, so this is where I'm looking for my long, ladies and gentlemen. This is the setup right here. This 1 minute fair value gap. If this ends up closing above, I will enter long. Full size on my cash accounts, and I will look to take profits. I'll partial at high of day, and then I'll leave my other TPs to these two buy sides. So you guys see how I wait all day patiently for a setup, waiting for liquidity to get swept, and if and only if we get this inverse, I'll go long. And you guys see how I know what I'm looking for, what I'm anticipating? Yeah, it's good for your Mac too. See that, Jose? Crazy, huh, bro? And I'm telling you guys, if you stay watching the market for long enough, I've been doing this for many years, eventually you will be able to predict things like this. And listen, this is the beautiful part about the IFEG setup, is that it doesn't matter what happens now, okay? I will not take this setup unless the market reacts bullishly and we close back above this fair value gap. This is my entry for the trade on the 2-minute chart. If we get a 2-minute close back above here, we'll wait for maybe the 3. We'll see what happens. But I'm only going to take a setup if we get a very bullish reaction from this area. This is the bottom of the 15-minute fair value gap here. And yeah. And it'll be perfect too if it lines up for reacting from this bullish fair value gap and getting into a macro time, which starts at 11:50. Yeah, it definitely could keep dumping, Jose, but that's the beautiful part about my model is that there's confirmation. I don't just randomly long here and hope and pray that the market's going to reverse. I want to see a bullish reaction from the 15, sweeping liquidity and creating a 2-minute IFEG. So right now, the 2-minute fair value gap is here. So this reduces our stop loss even more, which is nice. All right, so the 2-minute fair value gap has formed. This low formed at 11:32. So keep that in mind. If you want to back test this or keep it for your notes, just pay attention to what time the low formed. And now I want to see a 2-minute candle close back above here. If it does, that'll be my entry for the trade. And this will be my one trade on my cash accounts if we get this today. If we don't, big whoop. This is why patience is so important, guys. Patience is so important. Well, Greg, if you're in puts, I pray for you. But I'm telling you guys right now, this is definitely a possibility that we continue higher. This could be an order block forming on the hourly to drive us higher. We could come down into this new week opening gap and the hourly fair value gap. That's possible as well. Yeah. And what you also have to understand, Jose, is you have to be okay with not getting a setup here either. You have to be okay with the market just keep going down and you not being able to take anything. Nice gear grind. So the only way I take a setup here, guys, is if this 2-minute closes above. And likely the 3 as well. We'll probably wait for both. Maybe even the 5. I'll have to see how I'm feeling. But if you guys really want to be patient, I would wait for the 5-minute to close above. But after that, it should be smooth sailing. This is all low resistance liquidity. There's no fair value gaps in here. This should be a clean delivery back to the upside if it's going to happen. Okay, I like this so far. Looks very good. But again, we want to see a very clean bullish 2-minute candle here. Yes, Jose. Guys, if you just follow this strategy and take one trade every single day, I promise you, if it's A+, you have to get your screen time in and learn what's going to be best. But if you know what to look for and you take one trade every single day, I guarantee you will be profitable. Guaranteed. This 2-minute might lose, but the next day it will win. And the next day after that, I'll probably win. My win rate, again, is about 65, 70%. So if my winner is much bigger than my loser and I win 65% of the time, I'm profitable. It's literally that simple, but people overcomplicate it. They want to enter 100 trades. They get emotional. Like, I'm waiting all day, and the setup is not following the way that I wanted it to, so now I'm going to enter something stupid because I'm bored. That's the reason you lose. If you stop that entirely and you just focus on one setup and only execute if it presents itself, you will be profitable. I promise you. Promise. So I will probably take this with 3 NQs on my cash account. So I will follow the same principles on this screen so you guys can see it. I'll probably take a partial here. And then I'll partial one at high of day. And then I'll sell the final one up here. Okay, I'm going to start recording the screen in case the setup happens. But again, guys, to repeat, we were patient all day. We waited for sell side liquidity to get swept. We're bouncing out of a 15-minute fair value gap. The market is live. And if we get a 3-minute inverse here, I will take this long. My stop loss will be a 3-minute close back below the fair value gap, and my take profit will be at buy side. Taking partials at internal highs in case the market rejects before that. This is trading, boring trading. This is how trading is, guys. Anyone who's telling you otherwise is selling you a dream. Patience, boredom, and execution. That's all you need. So the 5-minute fair value gap is a lot smaller. You guys can try the 5 if you want. I think the 3 looks better. And you have to think, what is the psychology behind this trade, okay? A lot of people have been stopped out from their longs. People that are bearish on the market see this big down close candle and they're thinking to themselves, okay, when we trade into it, I'm going to go short, which sometimes will work, yes. But if they are wrong and they're entering here, they are going to get smoked when the market closes above. And where is it going to target? It's going to target the next internal high because that is where people's stop losses are. Their stops are at this high. So that's why I'm going to partial here. But then there's all this low resistance liquidity, right? This trend line here. So this is likely to be where the market goes. All of these highs are likely to get smoked if this inverses to the upside. That is the psychology behind the trade and the thesis behind it. Why would the market come up here? Because everybody that's shorting this down close candle has their stop losses above these highs. What would be really cool is, let's say we get like a 1-minute short. Let's say these lows get smoked and then we get a nice 1-minute inverse. Then you could enter in the 1 minute and then you could basically move your stop to break even when we come back into this fair value gap and just let it run. It's a lower risk trade. So we'll see which one we get, but who's going to take this on a real account? And who's too scared? Who doesn't think this is going to work? Let's say we get a close above here. Who's going to take the long? And who says, no, this is not going to work? Everyone's too scared to say, huh? Zach Brooks, I'm going to try this first trade in my eval account, so no pressure. Yeah, guys, it's just an eval. And again, guys, become confident, okay? I've taken these setups many a times. I'm comfortable with winning. I'm comfortable with losing. It doesn't really matter to me. Yes, it's not fun to lose, but that is the nature of trading. You're not going to win every single trade. I lose all the time. I don't know. I still have 2 runners for my puts. Bro, and this is the thing with puts, guys. You should be closing your puts on big down close moves because retracements, especially if they're short-dated puts, you're going to get smoked. Okay, so there's the secondary liquidity sweep. I really would like to see a very bullish reaction from here. That's going to give me a lot more confidence for these longs. This is like a turtle soup. If we don't get a bullish reaction, so you guys see the beauty of my model. I didn't enter anything here because there's no confirmation. I'm not trying to predict. I'm just observing what I think will happen, and I will enter based on if that ends up executing. If I'm wrong here, we did just get a 15-minute close below this 15-minute gap. So what's probably going to happen here is this low may come. So maybe I don't get my entry here, but that's fine. Target is 512 on that. 512? Are you out of your mind, brother? $5.12. Do you know where 512 is? 512 is all the way down here. Oh, for the Qs. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about ES. My bad, my bad. I was going to say. Yeah, I know you were saying on the Qs. Oh. So because of this 15-minute close, because we closed below with a body, I will not enter this trade on this 1 minute if this longs. I will only enter if we get the 3-minute close above right here. Because if we're truly bearish here, then we're gonna reject from this area. So I'm basically looking for a bullish reaction from this 5-minute, 15-minute. Yeah, I'm just hoping that this is like a low and this is a inducement for shorts. It could be wrong again, but get rid of these for now. So this is where I think the turtle soup will potentially happen. Again, if you guys want to try a riskier long, you can wait for this 1 minute to inverse and go long. I personally am going to wait for the 3 minutes to close above. Because I think all this low resistance liquidity is going to get hit. Since it rejected your fair value gap and went lower, since NQ, it has been dropping all morning. Would taking a short there ever make sense? That's a tough question to answer. Okay, so like this 1 minute fair value gap, I called this earlier in the morning, but I said that I would not take this because there was obvious buy side liquidity above. So if you guys wanted to, you could have tried it on this down close candle. And you can see that we never closed back above, and this worked all the way down to sell side, okay? This did work, right? This short. But it's all about context. My bias was bullish on the day. So for me, it didn't make sense to take this trade. Okay? If your bias was bearish, and I told you guys on stream that a lot of the time, not a lot of the times, but sometimes this model will play out where we sweep this low and then we go higher afterwards. You could have. Sorry, should have noted your 3-minute FEG. Which, this 3-minute fair value gap right here? Is that what you're talking about, Zach? Because this 3-minute, you can see here we closed below, but then we closed back above. So right there would have been a stop out on the trade. I would never have taken this 3. And I told you guys that on stream. The only one that was decent, again, it was this 1 and 2 minute at like the premium of the range. The one labeled IFEG. Oh, this one right here. Hold on, guys. So this is the thing, Zach. For my model, I very rarely will short a bearish fair value gap. Okay, especially when my bias is bullish. There is scenarios where it makes sense to short a 3. Like in this case, it did work, but I don't care to predict that. I don't mind missing out on this short. What I would rather see is it get smoked to the upside and take my long. So like, this is the issue with shorting bearish fair value gaps and longing bullish fair value gaps. A lot of the times they fail. So all these ICT traders, they watch one ICT video and they think that they're market makers and they're going to make all this profit. Yes, this works sometimes, but there's plenty of scenarios where this will inverse immediately and will get upside moves. So you have to be very cautious on which ones you short, and that just comes with lots of experience. Like even with all the years that I've been looking at the market, I definitely was not confident with this short. So it's really up to you, your screen time, and yeah. So the 15-minute you guys can see here did close below. So in theory, guys, we should be driving down to this low. But if this 3-minute inverses to the upside, I could care less, and I would rather just take the long. Correct, Zach. If you feel bullish on the day, because guys, the most important thing is not really it is liquidity, but fair value gaps are the least important thing. I just use them for confirmation. The most important thing is bias. You need to figure out what your daily bias is. Look at the higher time frames. For me, this is extremely bullish, by the way, what we're seeing here on the daily. If this daily fair value gap gets closed above, this concept works on all time frames, okay? This daily fair value gap, if we close above it on the daily, I think we are going to go much higher. I think all these highs are going to get smoked, or at minimum trade into this hourly fair value gap. But we'll have to see how the day closes. But most important is the daily bias here, guys. I think these highs are coming. I think this little daily fair value gap is going to get tested. I'm sorry, I know there's so many things on the screen. Let me delete them so you can see. If this daily fair value gap, there's 2 here, but technically it's this one. If we close above, this high, and this high should come, right? My daily bias at minimum, I want to see this high right here get swept. So that's what I'm aiming for today. And so that daily bias is the most important thing. After that, you enter your trades. So yeah, based on what your bias is for the day, you should only be entering trades based on your bias. So yeah. Woo! Also, guys, when you get experience in the market, I mean, sometimes your bias will switch throughout the day, right? For me, I'm set on my ways. I thought we were bullish, and because of that, I didn't take this inverse. But you can see here that this did work, and whatever happened, we delivered all the way down. If you were in the short, obviously you would take a partial here, and then your next partial will be at the next low. But we still have these 2 1-minute fair value gaps here that we could potentially get along from. Was fletching, we fletching. What is fletching? So look at this immediate bullish reaction out of this one. Again, for now, guys, because of this 15-minute close, it's likely that we're going to go lower, but we do have a 1-minute fair value gap here and a new week opening gap, so maybe this is what drives us higher. We will see. Delete this. I'm also so when I'm looking for upside moves, guys, I pay a lot of attention to equal highs. And so far, there is nothing. So yeah, gear grind. Every bullish fair value gap is getting disrespected, which to me signifies that we're going lower. And yeah, 11. Just want to see if there's an SMT here on ES. $11.23, $11.06. No, SMT was not existent on ES and NQ. They both made lower highs right here. Greg, puts are cooking. Are you still in puts, Greg? Because right now they're looking real good for you. Especially since the 15-minute close below the fair value gap. I will tell you now that this has happened. This is confirmation for me that we are probably going to go lower and that my long is not going to play out today. However, it could. Let's say we get this low swept. Maybe we'll get a long from there. We'll see. Maybe we finally get to the 50% of the leg here. What's 50% of this leg? The 50% now, guys, is right at the sell side. So we will see what we get. We will see. Oh, shoot. I just connected my computer. Can you guys hear the music still? Should be able to hear it now. Wow, what a boring day this has been. No executions. It's been a while since I haven't had a trade during the day. Oh, wow, what a boring day. I'm glad Greg's happy. Greg's printing on his QQQ. I think Gear Grind was printing on some QQQ shorts or something. I'm happy you guys made some money today. For me, it's a sideline sitting day for now. But again, guys, this happens sometimes, and then there'll be one move that looks so good, and we end up making a ton on the day. So we will be patient, as always. But I'm telling you guys, eventually this low resistance liquidity is going to get lit up like fire. This is like basically the market saying, attack me, attack me, attack me. This is going to get hit eventually. And I hope it's today. I really do. And all it takes is just a few candles for the market to change entirely. So you guys just got to sit, 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 sit. And wait. So guys, concept still remains the same. If we get a 3-minute close above, that's going to be my entry long. It would be cool to see it happen in a macro. Look at the 5-minute quick. Interesting. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, here comes my mini schnauzer. Hi, Lou. What's going on, little girl? All right, so if you guys are degenerates and we get a 1 minute close above here, not a half bad long up to buy side. However, I really would prefer to see this 3 minute get inversed before taking a long. There is a 2 minute here as well. Doesn't look half bad. So I keep hearing macro timeframes. What are those? So macros, I showed you guys earlier, but this indicator lets you plug in all the macros. But take a screenshot of this if you guys haven't already. These times of the day are algorithmic times, and likely the market moves in these spots. So your best trades are going to happen within these macro times. And I'm always on UTC5, which is New York. So again, if you guys are real degens and you get this 2 minute close above, you can try this. I'm not going to. I'm going to wait for the 3. That will be my entry for the trade. This dog doesn't leave me alone. All right, so it's looking decent now for these 3 minutes. Again, guys, this will be my 1 trade of the day if we get it. Because even though there's 50-minute inverse to the downside, well, I won't lie, guys. We might want to wait for a 50-minute close above this. Luli, I know, but I'm working. So you have to stay patient, okay? This 50-minute fair value gap is holding down price. This 50-minute candle closes at 12:15, so in 8 minutes. So hopefully we get both of these to close above. That'll be a much better signal for a long. Tough. I did not see this earlier, guys. Man. Okay, so I will probably wait for the 15, guys. I'm being honest. I want to see the 50-minute close above first. Because the reason I'm thinking this, okay? If the market is, like, first of all, we close below this 15s. I don't like this, okay? That means this low may come. And so the fact we're trading into this 50-minute gap tells me this might just be a trade into a 50-minute bearish PD rate to dump us. And so I need to see the 50-minute close above and the 3 to be able to take the long. Because what could happen here is that we just come up and sweep this buy-side liquidity, close above the 3, and then reject. So I'm going to be careful here, guys, unfortunately. I know that you guys are waiting for me to take a trade, but this is why I'm able to be profitable, because every time I take a trade, okay, on a cash account, especially on a cash account, I think of every single reason as to why the trade will not work. I'm very pessimistic when it comes to entering a trade. I'm not optimistic about entering. But when I do enter, I'm optimistic because there's so much optimism in the trade idea that there's very little that can go wrong. Okay? Just being honest with you, that is how my trading works. That is why I'm able to stay profitable, because I am hesitant. There are weeks where I take maybe 1 trade, 2 trades max. So We will see, guys. We're basically waiting for the 9:15 candle to see what happens here. So this is why time is very important too, guys. You have to know where the fair value gaps are, and yeah. But if this 15-minute closes above at 9:15 / 12:15 Eastern, I think all this is going to get smoked. So I might get a little bit of a late entry. We'll see, though. So what will be really awesome is if the 3-minute, so the 3-minute also closes at 9:16. So if at 12:16 we close above the 15-minute and the 3-minute on one candle, that's going to be A+, and I'll deliver. It should deliver all the way up to buy side. So we got 5 minutes left, guys. So we're being patient. If you guys want to try something, I don't suggest this, but with experience, I will tell you that sometimes it works. Because this 3-minute inverse, okay, you could enter along here and move your stop to break even as soon as this high hits. And there is a chance that we will never come back to your break even, right? This high will hit and it'll just run. So if you guys want to try something a little bit lower risk, you could enter on this pullback, stop to break even when this high hits, and then just let it run. And then it doesn't matter what happens with the trade because your stop is at break even and it's a free trade for you. So like your entry, if it was here, as soon as this high hits, your stop goes to break even and you just let the trade go. If it wins, it wins. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't personally do that, but you can try that if you'd like. That's just another strategy to make some additional lower risk trades, I guess. Close my door 1 second, guys. Okay, so looking pretty good so far. So again, now your stop is at break even if you entered on the pullback, right? And then it's basically a free trade no matter what. So we got 2 minutes until the candle close. I'd love to see this 15-minute close above. Love, love, love to see it on this candle. If it happens, guys, that's it. I'm taking longs for sure. 2 minutes left. Let's see if we get it. Okay, so far it's rejecting. Got 1 minute left for this 15-minute candle. Really hope for the sake of our trade that this closes above. You guys got to pray to the market gods to bring this higher. Try and blow on your screen, guys. Blow up on your screen to make sure that the candle prints above the 15-minute FEG. Okay, this is looking good so far, guys. Let's see if it... We'll be paying a lot of attention to this here. Really don't want to see it reject. Please close above. We got 20 seconds left. Come on. Guys, we got 5 seconds left. Doesn't look like we're going to close on this. Well, no close above. Okay, here's what I'll do. If we get a 3-minute close above this fair value gap, instead of taking it with the standard size I take it with, which would be 3 contracts, I'll take it with 1. And I'll hold it to highs. How about that, guys? If and only if we get the 3-minute close here. And what would be really awesome, guys, is if we saw the 3 and the 5 close at the same time. That would be cool. But we got 4 minutes until that candle happens, so. But I'm okay with taking it on the 3. So we got 2 minutes left until this candle closes, guys. I just wish there was a better 1-minute fair value gap down here. That would have been a much nicer entry. Okay, let's see if we get the 3-minute close, guys. No 3-minute close. Let's see if we get the 5. What a lame day, guys. I mean, really, honestly, the perfect scenario would be if we get a 15-minute close up here at 30. Because if this is bearish, guys, this is just going to reject from the 15-minute gap here. That's why this is not... I'm kind of hesitant on this trade still. Telling you guys, there's trades where you're going to be certain, and there's trades where you're uncertain. And right now, this is a tough spot to be in the market. I'm being honest. I'm not just going to take a trade because you guys want me to take a trade or because I want to entertain. I've said it before. Wow, Tesla's at 420. Okay. I like to see it. I like to see it. Like, this is just the... I'm telling you, like, I would rather not take a trade and not be upset than take a trade to entertain you guys on the screen and lose. Like, what's the point? It's not going to make anybody happy. If you guys follow the trade and we lose, that sucks, right? Like, what is the point? This 15-minute gap is everything right now. It's so important in market structure. So important. Wow, that 1 minute short. I mean, that's too small for me to take, but I think that might just work. Lily, I'm working. I'm working, Lou. I can't take you out now, okay? We're streaming. We're streaming, Lou. Look who's here. The doggy. Say hi, Lou. Say hi. Oh. Oh. Oh, look at this. She's shy. Oh, there we go. Say hi, Lou. Oh, the good girl. Alright. Guys, there's not too long until the next 50-minute candle, by the way. There is 9 minutes, so we'll see what happens here. This 50-minute gap is deciding the fate of the market. Again, guys, I'm not here to entertain, I'm here to educate, and this is the education. This is the PD array that's holding down price right now. If we inverse it, I think we are very likely to go up here and target all the LRLR. But if we don't, it is what it is. And then once it inverses, we'll look for the 3 minute to inverse, and then I'll take the long. Oops. Okay, so pretty bearish reaction so far. Sheesh. So you guys can see this little tiny 1 minute short. Technically, we closed down and then we closed above, so this is not a valid short anymore, but right now it is working. Man, what a boring day. What a boring day. Greg, are you still in puts, bro? This could be your lucky day. So guys, right now I'm looking for a 1 contract long if we get the confirmation, but if the 15 ends up closing above and the 3 minute and the 5 minute at the same time, I'll take it with 3 contracts. Greg M. Is Greg M still here? Greg M. I'll repeat, Greg M. Are you still here, bro? Do 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 do. Dee dum dee dum dee doo. Wow. Can the market just do something? Like, can we just go? I'm getting tired of this. I want to go to the gym. Five minutes. Let's see if we get a nice bullish candle to end the 5 minutes that are left on this candle. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Four minutes left. Let's see if we get it. Yep. Yeah, I'll be honest, guys. If I wasn't live streaming, I would just leave. There's no need. I'm literally doing this to educate you guys. Okay, looks nice so far. Hopefully this holds. Normally, guys, I'm done before like 11. So the fact that I'm going until 12 now is pretty wild. Do 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 do. So if the 15-minute close above, guys, I move to the lower time frames and I enter on the 3. Stop to break even at this internal buy side, and that's it. Two minutes left. Let's see what we get. 2 minutes left. Do 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 do. Do do bum 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 bum. Boo do 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 do. God damn. Please close above. Please. Okay, guys. 1 minute left, and so far we're looking strong. So if we get the 15-minute close, I'm going to go down to the lower time frames, the 3 and the 5, and I'm going to enter on those. Guys, oh my god. Guys, if this 15-minute candle doesn't close above, I'm getting off stream. Just letting you know. And when we do get the alert, I will call it in the Discord. Sucks to you guys. I'm sorry that are on the stream that are not getting a trade. But if it doesn't close above, I will call an alert in the live alert section. Let's see. Let's see. If this closes at it, I'm not. Okay. Come on. Come on. Hold it. Hold it. All right. The 15-minute closed above. 3-minute did not close above yet. 5-minute closed right at it. All right. I'm going to wait for the 3. If the 3 gets entered, then I will enter, and my stop will be a 3-minute close back below. So we got 3 minutes left on this candle, guys. Because the 15 closed above, but the 5 and the 3 did not. Thank goodness the 15 closed above. My gosh. Come on, 2 more minutes. This is gonna move without me. Patience, 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 guys. Can't stress it enough. One more minute. If the 3-minute closes, guys, I'm entering. I'm not going to wait for the 5. Do. Come on. All right, guys, I'm in. Atlanta, Georgia. Who's calling me for Atlanta? So, if you guys are really, really impatient, I would move your stop to break even at this high because there is a 1-minute fair value gap here if you're risk averse. But I'm going to hold this. We did just get equal highs that formed there. So I think those will probably hit as well. Don't be surprised if we get a pullback here. If you guys are really, really risk averse, I would move your stop to break even right now. I'm not going to, though. When this high hits, you guys can move your stop to break even. If it was me, that's what I would do. But it's up to you guys. Totally up to you. So I'm going to move my stop to break even at this high, guys. Also, the 5-minute just closed above. Like, this high needs to hit. So, yeah. Okay, very nice. Up 300, 345, 405. Again, guys, when this hits, my stop is going to break even. I don't care if I get stopped out on this trade. If you guys want to book all your profits there, you're welcome to. Maybe I'll sell one here. That's what I'm going to do, guys. Just so I at least get some profits on the day. I'm going to sell one up here. Just do it on my other computer quick. Why did that not fill? There we go. All right. Stop to break even on the rest. And I will sell one here. Let's fucking go. Sorry. Whoops. And then I will sell the last one up here. At high of day. Up 460 on the rest. Already booked like 200 in profit, I think. And everything else is a completely free trade, guys. Anything that happens from here does not matter to me. Who took the trade with me? Did anyone enter this? Again, if you get stopped out, I booked it again. I booked a profit here. That's all that matters to me. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it, bro. I wish you got out of those QQQs in the 15-minute inverse. I was calling your name to see if you were still in the chat, but you didn't answer me. Okay, guys, up 400. Again, I'd love to see this high hit. What I'm going to do... I'll just leave my stop here. It's fine. Let's go. Let's go. Again, guys, partial at this high. And then I'll leave the rest to run if we get it. If not, big deal. Still booked like 200 on the day for this account. Size. And it's a free trade, so doesn't matter to me what happens here. You know, I'm going to move my... No, I'm not. I'm not going to move my stop. Sorry, guys. Okay, up 500, 560, 600. All right, let me just move my stops on my other account. Hold on. If you guys want to take a partial here, I would say that that's fine, but I'm waiting for this high. Up 700, 750. Let's go. 810. Come on. Hit the high for me, baby. Come on. $620. Come on. Just deliver us up to buy side. There is a chance, guys, that I get stopped out on this trade for sure, but again, it will be a free trade. It's all for break even here. Come on. Deliver us up to buy side. You know you want to. I think I'm going to move my stop below this candle's low, guys, because if we're truly bullish, we should not come back to this OB. So at least I'm going to book $210 in profit on this trade. Right, because we are in a bearish 1 minute fair value gap here. So if we're bearish on the day from here, then it's going to reject before hitting buy side. So and keep in mind, I've already booked 200 in profit. So if I get this, it'll be a $400 day. If not, it'll be a much bigger day than that. So I want to see this 1 minute order block get held and push us higher. I'd rather not see it trade back into this. So guys, this is how you profitably trade. You see how I'm not greedy. I'm not hoping and praying that we're going to go up here. I'm being reasonable, checking out market structure and price action, looking at these order blocks. Okay, up 820. Okay, guys, I'm going to take one partial here. I didn't like how that candle pushed really fast. Okay, I'm taking one partial here, and I'm holding one runner. But I'm going to leave it all the way up to high of day. I didn't like that how that candle pushed really fast. Sometimes when they do that, it's to deliver the market lower. So, again, just being smart here. And this runner, we're going to leave all the way to high of day. So I'm booked, what, 500 bucks on the day so far. So if this stops me out, it's a $600 day. And if not, it'll be probably a $1,500, maybe a $2,000 day. We'll see. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Who took that trade? Anybody take that with me? I think Zach, if Zach is still here, I'm assuming he took it. I hope he did, but maybe he was too scared to. I don't know. Jose, did you take it? I don't know if Jose took it either. Were y'all too scared to take this trade? You guys didn't believe? Oh, he did. Zach Brooks took it and chickened out. I took profits at 350 since it was the first trade and I have to prove consistency. Did you take it with 3 NQs, Zach, on your eval account? Anonymous who 2.5K stop, damn. Yeah. That's what I trade with, so 2 contracts, okay. Or are you on a 50K account, Zach, or what? What type of eval is it? A 50K? Is it 100K? Yeah, so with a 50K account, Zach, you should not, I mean, to pass an eval, do whatever you want. But if you trade with 2 NQs, you're going to blow the account if you lose. So just a heads up. I only trade with MNQs on 50K accounts. Normally 3, max 5. So max is like half of an NQ contract. But yeah, guys, you do not have to prove consistency on an eval, by the way. For eval accounts, they do not check to see that you're consistent. They just care that you make the profit. For your funded account, you have to prove consistency. Well, I guess it depends on the prop firm you're using, but like if you use Apex or My Funded Futures, I don't think they care at all about that. All right, so it looks like I might get stopped out on the third contract for $100, so it'll be a $600 day. Again, if we are bullish here, we should hold this woman at OB. We should not go below it, so that is why my stop is there. Right, I'd rather book profits than let it go all the way back down to break even. Greg M, good prop firm. I use Apex Trader Funding. And My Funded Futures. Those are the two that I like. Top Step is also great. Yeah, Zach is on Top Step X. This is what it's telling me. Best day cannot be greater than 50% of your total profits. That makes sense, but normally that's just for funded accounts. So like for eval accounts, you can have a 1 day pass normally. I don't know about Top Step X, but for Apex, you can pass the account on 1 trade. And eval, if it's a funded, then all of a sudden consistency rules come into play. Sizing comes into play. Amount of trades per day comes into play. They look at all that before they pay you out if you get a payout. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to get stopped out on this, guys. There's a small chance that it goes up higher. So it looks like I'm going to be booking 600 on the day. But who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe. See, this is the beautiful part, guys. Once you're able to trade with size, this is why it's so important to be patient, okay? I took this with 3 NQs. So even with the contracts I've taken already on this, it's still a 600-day max minimum, right? I waited all day, but are you okay with trading for, I was up until 5:30, so it's been what, almost 5 hours? Who wants a $600 day for 5 hours of work? I think that's pretty good. Now, most of the time when I take trades, it's a lot more than $600, but still. Even $600 on a day is great. And that's why when you start trading with size, it's actually, I think it might even be easier to be patient when you trade with size. Because you know that just by clicking the button, you can make thousands of dollars potentially on the day. So we're up now, what? That was $900 on the day. Almost $1,000 here. If we can deliver to buy side, it'll be a lot more. Risk to reward on the trade for the final contract will be a 4-to-1. It was much worse with the first 2 contracts because of this 1 minute fair value gap. But I've booked a lot of my profits already, so it's now, well, right now it's an infinity R trade, but this would be a 4-to-1 if we hit high of day again. I think I really want to take the profits here, guys. But I've already taken most of my... So what I'm going to do, guys, if this high hits, I will move my stop to this candle's low. So I can book more profits on this. In fact, I'm just going to do it now. So right now, guys, it's a minimum trading day is going to be $830, give or take. Let me move it on my other account quick. Hold on. All right. So minimum day is going to be $800. Maximum day is going to be probably $2,000. You guys are lucky, huh? That this 15-minute closed above. If this didn't close above, I would have called that in the Discord and nobody would have seen it apart from my members. You guys are lucky that we got that. Well, at least somebody's getting paid. Luckily, it's you guys today who were smart enough to take that trade. So this is why I always say pay attention to the higher time frames. This 1 minute inverse, this is probably going to deliver us all the way down here somewhere. So that's it, guys. I booked my 880 on the 830 on the day, whatever it was. $1,000 day for 5 hours of trading. Not too shabby if you ask me. So what happens from here, I could care less. Learn to be done. Woo! Oh, what a day. So thank goodness, guys, we were patient all day. Didn't take a trade throughout this whole thing. Didn't take a trade in here. Waited for the 15-minute, and we got our profits booked. Thank you very much, Greg. I appreciate you guys. That will be it for me today. If I see something else, A plus, as you guys all know that are in the Discord, it'll be in the live alert section. If you guys want to join, there is a trial going on. But I wish you guys the best. And until, what's tomorrow? Thursday? Let's check the economic calendar really quick. Let me see what's on. So there's unemployment claims tomorrow morning. I might go live tomorrow morning as well. We'll see. And then Friday, probably not. But anyways, guys, best of luck. And I'll see you tomorrow.